Alright, I'll be with you guys in a minute. I just need to fill up my water cup. Otherwise, I'm gonna have no drink. I will be with you momentarily. I love when I trip when I get up. Sorry, I didn't fall. I think. I did. Still very much standing. I got my drink. Okay, I'm here now. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the music, which, by the way, is from the previous Tamagotchi Life on the 3DS. Like, it's got some of its own unique little features, but anyways, alright. Alright, let's launch the game. Let's go to this size screen here. I think this is big enough. I do have my alerts set up on this one, right? Okay, yep, alerts are set up right there. Okay, cool. No, you're not switching my microphone on Discord to the capture card. Gotta love that it does that every time. Oh, also, I added the new schedule to the server, as well as other various sites where you can find them. You know, such as the Twitcher and the Blue Sky and all that.
I wish I will have a dream with Daddy today, since Daddy is so cute.
Thank you. Alright. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, it looks like someone wants to talk with me. Oh, is this what I'm thinking it's about?
Surprise! We have a baby. Meow!
Oh god, this is either gonna be amazing or terrible.
Do you think it's a boy or a girl?
Oh. It's a girl?
Good girl.
Oh god.
Meow. Would you look at that?
Oh
Our
god.
baby was born with face paint. Now, I'm no doctor, but that's probably normal.
Yep, totally normal. uh, looks cool.
We like the name Keiko. What do you think? Meow.
I don't. Should we go with Keiko as the name? I'm not gonna lie, it's actually not a bad name. Because they're the ones naming it, so it's like, tough call, tough call, tough call. Do I want to keep this name? Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll keep it for now. I can always rename them later.
What kind of personality do you think our kid will have?
You know what? That is fair. I think it's gonna have more of Chuck Norris's personality. But you know what? I'm gonna say, who knows?
We're going to raise this kid with all of the love and care in the world. But we hope you'll keep an eye out for our child too. Meow.
I love it. My fridge is beeping at me.
Oh, Keiko.
Oh, Keiko.
Oh no! No! No!
Doo-doo.
No!
Boy,
Bad!
adventure. She
She
spoke.
spoke.
Bad! Don't give the baby porn. No, no. What the actual hell? Okay, she looks better with hair. Hmm. Okay, this is actually kind of wholesome. She's all grown up now. Let's see what she looks like now.
Keiko sure did grow up in a flash.
Nice to meet you. Timothy.
Oh god, I hate
I'm
the...
old enough to live on my own now. This island is pretty comfortable, so I wouldn't mind living here. But there's a whole big world out there too. Meow.
I need to make a few
Where do you think I
adjustments.
should live?
Live on the island.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, I can edit her face. Okay, cool. Let's edit her face a bit. I feel like she should have more of her mom's... There we go. Tiny face. And let's adjust the bangs so we can hide a bit of the eye. Well, let's actually, you know what? Let's add her dad's hair color to her sub color. Should I have it be brown near the roots, or should I have it be black near the roots? Because I do like having the black and the brown. Yeah, I think I'll keep the voice like that. That's not an issue. Let's swap the hair colors around. Let's try brown. And then make the subcolor black. Definitely looked better the other way around. Subcolor. God, my fridge is like beeping at me. I need to fix that really quick. It's gonna drive me nuts if I don't. Okay, I'm just gonna fix my fridge really quick. It's beeping at me. It's making aggressive beeping noises. I think it's because I held my freezer door open for a few seconds. Well, I got ice out of it, so that's why it's beeping at me. I need to fix it, and it's like driving me nuts and all that shit. Also, hey, what's going on? Wow, I love how I come back and I just hear the smoke detector go off. Are all my home appliances out to get me? Okay, you know what? Let's give her thicker eyebrows.
Oh, there.
Yo, what's up?
Nothing much.
Oh god, why does she look angry now? So, how goes it?
Well, I'm back home. I'm back in Melbourne.
Back home with your margarita mix? I mean, what? That's crazy.
What?
What? I'm being a dick, don't worry about it.
Well, I'm still upside down.
Alright, well, careful, don't cut your harness. After all, the earth is flat and you're upside down. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Hey! Don't make jokes about it.
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't make such jokes about the safety harnesses in Australia, which are mandated by everyone to wear at birth. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm being a dick. Actually, you know what? They look good in brown. There we go. Make her a little different from her mom. Where the hell are these freckles? Oh, they're behind the eyes.
Oh.
Okay. There we go. I think I've made some subtle improvements to the face. There we go. Much better. Her birthday is definitely today. Okay. Kid of... Okay, gotta, I guess, incorporate her uncle as a relative, but other than that, we're good. There we go. Now we get to decide where she lives. Yeah, Kitty had a child with Chuck Norris. This child is too powerful.
I'm now a full-fledged resident. Thanks for looking out for me. Meow.
She'll refer to Kitty as, Cat Mom?
Like Catwoman.
Well, because Kitty is her mom, right? So, Cat Mom.
Cat Mom, want to hang out?
Oh, why do I want to have her call Chuck Norris Dad Norris?
Chuck Norris, what?
You know what? That's what I'm doing. Dad Norris.
Dad Norris, want to hang out?
It doesn't roll off the tongue the way I thought it would. Yeah, we'll just stick with Dad.
Dad, what?
Or, you know what? She's a daddy's girl. I'll have her be a daddy's girl, so let's just call her. Let's have him called Daddy.
Daddy, how goes it?
Oh, Kitty leveled up.
I speak with a loud voice. I speak with a radiant voice.
I don't know why the blinks a lot, which makes her ears, which are actually her eyes, flicker. Or flutter, I guess, in this case. You know, yeah, let's give her blinks a lot.
I feel a bit more like myself. Meow.
Oh, oh. Huh? Clipper there.
Wait, when did I get a Dane?
You got...
Okay, let's Let's renovate her room, I guess. Okay, let's see. Which should we go with? Doo-doo. Do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. Hyper IQ. You know, actually, let's have her be a little artsy.
I got the tail psychic.
Oh, you're playing Fortnite? Okay.
Yeah. With the robotic Sonic.
Yep, the Sonic body double.
And Shadow and Knuckles.
Although the Eggman is actually him. Wait, that technically means that the only characters from Sonic that are actually there are Tails and Robotnik.
That's right, Sonic. I'm in Fortnite now.
That's right.
I'm doing the giddy.
I'm breaking the gritty. I'm gonna get a
Breaking the
victory
gritty.
royale. There's nothing you can do to stop me, Sonic.
Tails is my sidekick.
I miss my wife, Tails.
Oh my god, they actually.
It looks great
I
now.
found someone made a recreation of that one YouTube poop. Behold, 1,000 cereal.
Yes, Cerrone.
I
Yeah.
collect cereals.
It took me
9
1,000 years.
Hey,
to
Yes.
collect the cereals. Yum yum cereal. Good.
Okay, let's see what.
But instead of
Oh,
the
you
cartoon,
want this fun
instead of the cartoon Eggman, it's the Fortnite Eggman.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen the meme. Okay, she's a big eater. She smiles when she's angry. Let's remove that quirk because I don't like the closed eye
Let's look for the
thing.
radiant voice.
We'll keep the voice.
How are you on this fine day?
I think I'm just happy I got the slope shoes.
Stamby. Grappling snap. Short B.
Okay, we need to
Also, I
get
got
Yes,
also I got Rally X too.
Me. Babbitt grapple. Ringo checks demand. Spancer Dilla. Get it kept rolling. Oh.
I don't know why the sword guy looks strangely like the hero from Dragon Quest.
Oh, you're talking about the guy with the eye patch in the Battle Pass?
Yeah, it reminded me of Dragon Quest.
Yeah, funny thing you mentioned that. It's actually
What?
based off of another hero.
Link?
Yeah, apparently they were trying to get Nintendo characters. From what I understand, anywhere between 2 to 3 characters from Nintendo. And Nintendo turned down each one. Unless they were going to be Nintendo Switch exclusive, and Epic Games doesn't want to do that. Make characters exclusive, I mean.
Well, because Kratos and Master Chief got into it.
Well, yeah, Kratos, Aloy from Horizon. I believe there's also Gears of War. Dom from Gears of War. As well as
Oh, damn.
Marcus from Gears of War.
I think I missed some stuff
Yeah, there's two Gears of War characters, I believe. I think it's Marcus and Dom. I'm not 100% sure.
Although, if you get the Sonic Hedgehog characters, you get the Lego style.
Well, yeah, at least with the Lego ones, it's just their Lego minifigs, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Let's make her a smooth jazz enjoyer. Hopefully she likes the jazz album I gave her. She doesn't like jazz.
You like jazz?
Okay, what about sci-fi movies? She likes sci-fi movie. And, okay. I want to give her a pet. Which pet do you think I should give her? I got a rabbit, a goldfish, a cockatoo, or a robot?
Rabbit. Give her a rabbit.
Doke doke. Rabbit it is. Also, at some point, I need to play some more Save the World in Fortnite, because I actually do really like that mode.
Hold on. I think that is a downloadable content on the Switch 2 version.
Yeah, it is. It's not playable on the original Switch, but it is on the Switch too. It's free now.
Fair point. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, it's free download.
Okay,
1.1. God damn it.
let's give her the cat music.
Meow.
It's a song made by her mom. Oh, she likes the cat music. Of course she would like it. Especially with the fact that she cherishes her mom. Of course she would love something with her mom in it. And let's give her a gun. Because why the fuck not?
Oh!
Oh god, Persona! Was that a
Not
Persona
bring-
reference? I'm saying that more as a joke because she was holding the gun to her head. So was that I was making a dumb joke. Was that a Persona
No.
reference? Okay, let's give her a good. Okay. I want to make her into a painter, so I'm gonna give her the painting set.
Also got the Heretic and Hexen.
Ah.
It was cheap.
No, that's fair.
It's like,
Oh, I did also get some games on Amazon earlier because I saw they were on sale. Sadly, they're both PS5 games, but they're physical ones, though, so it's not a big deal. I just saw that they were significantly reduced in price. Because it's like, I can't pass up a good deal, especially if I have the money for it.
can't blame you for that.
One game is normally $74. I got it for $30.
Uh-huh.
And that is Astrobot. Like, I'd argue that's a pretty good deal. Plus, Astrobot literally won Game of the Year a few years ago. So, I mean, it's gotta at least be a good game, right? If it won Game of the Year, it's gotta be good, right?
Well, it could.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's gotta be a good game if it won Game of the Year. That is my mindset on the matter. The other game that I picked up was Until Dawn, the PS5 remastered edition of it.
Until Dawn.
Yep, I got it for $34.
Okay.
Yeah, normally they charge like $60 for that one. So again, got a pretty good deal, all things considered. So I picked up both of those for relatively cheap. Sorry. Ankle.
Huh?
PP
Alright.
Lambo. Dally, I know what you did.
I gotta save the world.
Letter D.
Okay. Oh, wait, your character fell asleep. Oh, also, have you seen your room that I made for you?
Huh?
I'll have to show you your room later. I think you'll like what I did with it. Wait, you're having a concert? With Blue and Ticket Taker? The fuck? When the hell did you become a pop star, Mario?
Have confidence. No confidence.
I have no confidence. What the? I saw what you did.
What?
Where's my character?
What? I was pulling you from the top.
Oh. So he put me back down.
Yeah, no more Spider-Man hanging upside down. Your head must be rushing full of blood by
What
now.
was that about?
That was definitely a weird dream you were having.
Oh,
Superman outfit.
Okay, let's go renovate your room really quick. I'm just going to show you the interior of your room. I think you'll like it. What do you think?
Oh.
I made the wallpaper myself.
Nice.
I figure you'd dig it. I gave it the blue the blue furniture set as the because it's like one of the blue room sets, and then I made a custom Green Hill Zone themed wallpaper, and then I found a flooring that was grass. So
Hey,
now
it's
when
better
people
than
tell you to
nothing.
touch grass, you can be like, "But sir, I already am."
I'm exhausted after the train ride.
Oh, I can't blame you.
you'll never grow if you don't get out.
No, I passed out when I was on the train.
I can't blame you. Okay, let's go to Dark and Levin's house. We haven't done anything with this boy for a while.
Huh? Ah. I want to try living with her.
Bad idea.
You think?
Especially with the fact that he's not getting along with you. That is a bad idea. That's like asking.
No.
It's like, hey, can I live downrange from a ballistic gun turret? It's like, yeah, that's not exactly a good idea. But I really want to live downrange from a ballistic gun turret. It's like, yeah, it is a great location. Don't get me wrong. The problem is, you're literally downrange from a ballistic gun turret, you goddamn fool.
Everyone.
Just knowing it can't be real.
You can't disagree with me on that one. It'd be very foolish to live down the street from a ballistic gun turret.
You-
Oh, Rebecca needs help. Mario,
Yeah?
to the rescue! You're gonna go save Rebecca. Congratulations. Oh, plus you haven't interacted with her before, so this is actually a great way for you to become friends. Mario seems unsure of what to do. Oh no, you don't know what to do! I've never encountered this before.
Uh-oh.
No, like, I'm serious. I have genuinely never encountered that before. Okay, let's try Tom.
God damn it.
Are you
Okay,
alright?
Tom knows what to do.
Please help me.
That is genuinely a first.
Have you tried not doing that?
It's like, wow.
No, I actually haven't.
I've been rude.
You're so kind. It was no trouble at all. Well, Blondie map. Yes, Baroni.
Just it.
Oh. Blue. Blimper. Schmimper. Baby
Sorry,
Congram. A grill.
I'm drinking my
Man.
Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. That's right, I also got Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000. Wow.
You're pulling my leg. Bro, you're pulling my leg.
I only got a sample packet of it, so it's my only
Ah.
drink of it. Because you know how Gamer Supps has like the sample packets that you can buy?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
not really buy, but grab. It's like a... Oh god, there's 3 combos I can interact with. Let's see, we got the Zombie and Albert Wesker, or MJ and Danny. Let's go with the Zombie and Albert Wesker. What are they doing?
So I've, been thinking about changing up my hairstyle.
Yeah, let's not say you did that.
I've always liked that look on you. It reminds me of one of my grandparents.
You know, before he ate them.
Not exactly what I was going for. Oh, I meant to say earlier. Your outfit's really cute. Is that look trending right now?
It was a gift, so I guess I wouldn't know.
Oh, Hey, so, I don't know if you're interested, but I was thinking we could do something fun today.
Oh! I just let us swing, actually.
Sorry. I can't. I've got a thing.
Right.
When I go to
Yeah.
Fed Expo, I might join
I have
like
a
Discord
thing
and
too.
kind of do like a little bit of a video call
Couple
periodically,
things, actually.
wherever I can, and see if there's anything that
Yeah.
people want to see while I'm roaming around the halls. I think it'd be kind of fun to do with like people in the Discord server at least.
Well,
I mean, sure. Well, if this might be the opportunity so I can test out the Discord on the MetaQuest 3.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go say hello to Kyako.
Valley sausage jokes are the worst.
They're
Happy Slurpee.
explaining that this rabbit
Yeah,
needs
but
a
Valley
Brooks.
Slurpee ran by all of that logo
Really
Valley, thanks for not selling NFT.
Oh my
Wacky Slurpee. Mel having Dingle. Yeah. Jam and
God.
Java back now.
Oh my
Going
god,
to
her
watch
rabbit is a little crackhead!
Limo flew on a
Oh
feed
my
there.
god!
Zap them back
Oh my god.
Frog.
She's telling her dad, like, "Hey, see little fluffy bumpskins over here, he needs the Brooks, or he'll die! They help him thrive!" Oh, good. Okay, let's go introduce her to someone. Okay. Let's go introduce her to you first, I guess. Boop. New friend.
I'm Keiko. Good to meet you.
You're Keiko. I'm Mario Blade 64.
Okay. She's getting familiar with you.
Channel Mario Blade 64.
Keiko is chatting about
What's your name?
something lighthearted with Mario Blade. They seem like-minded.
Thanks for helping me and Mario Blade 64 get closer. Me.
Okay, I will leave her to interact with you for a bit. Okay, Ticker needs something. Let's go see what he needs.
Your look. Who in Freak Circus best represents a smarty pants? Let's ask Blue Kumo.
Let's ask something else.
Sure.
Let's find out who the best example of a, Okay. What would be funny to have them say? The best example of a blank. We got pro gamer. That's one option. That's what I was thinking. Pro Beyblader? Actually, no, I think I will go with that, actually. Pro Beyblader. A master artist? Average microwave enjoyer? I love microwaves. Okay. Let's see, I want something funny, but also, I guess, semi-realistic? Unintelligent? Gazorpazorp. Alien. Garfield? Bob Saget. Jerry Seinfeld. Harry Potter. Corn. Sonic the Hedgehog. Steve from financing. Bob from accounting. Your mom. Kevin's dad. That guy down the street that looks really suspicious and sells the dankest of dank Hot Wheels cars.
What are you talking about?
I'm just thinking of things to say here. Basically, I'm being asked the question, let's find out who's the best example of a blank. An example they gave is of a Smarty Pants. So, like, who's the best example of a Smarty Pants will be an example. So, what would be something I could describe the characters with? Someone who didn't shit their pants.
Ooh,
No, that'd be funnier with more people, I feel.
fair enough.
I feel like a household with more people in it would be arguably funnier to do that with.
I feel like I wanted to try this out.
Alright, feel free. Spit it or quit it.
No. Japan segmented property.
Okay.
It's one of those games when you spot a anomaly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's one of those games.
Okay, the best example of a... You know, let's go with Master Artist. It's nice, it's simple, it's relatively PG. T-P-R... A-R-T... Artiste.
Master artist. Who in
I'm gonna
Freak
head off and
Circus
get some
best
sleep.
represents a master artist? I wanna know. I'll grab Blue Kumo.
Alright, let's find out. Who's the Master Artist? Is it...
On 3, say which one of us in Freak Circus comes to mind when you think of a master artist. 1, 2, 3. You.
Me.
Oh. Blue thinks of herself as a Master Artist. Well, that was pretty straightforward.
We discussed who in Freak Circus best represents a master artist. It's Blue Kumo.
That's a lot to live up to, but I'll do my best.
I'm glad I asked Blue Kumo for her opinion.
Flipper. Yeah, grab and snap elbow. Doors the goal.
Oh, apparently you're grumpy for some reason.
How so?
Huh.
I don't know, and
You need some.
let's find out.
I was talking to
You're talking-
Keiko.
You were talking to
but
Keiko, but things just didn't
just
click. Okay, I guess Keiko must have said something that put you in a bad funk? You know what'll cheer you up? Cheeseburger.
Yum.
Give the tiny fox boy a cheeseburger. He likes the cheeseburger. It is now his #1 most enjoyed food. Actually, do you like cheeseburgers in real life? Actually, just out of morbid curiosity.
What do you think?
Yes.
Bingo.
I don't know, it's usually either people are kind of either for chicken nuggets or cheeseburgers. It's usually one of those two things when it comes to fast food. I'm personally more of a cheeseburger guy, personally. But I do
Especially with,
occasionally enjoy nuggets from time to time.
I like the Hungry Jack's cheeseburger.
Oh yeah, Burger King,
Special.
as it's called up here, but yeah, no, I get it. Okay, I'm gonna add a little quirk to you. What quirk do you want?
I don't know.
Look, it's for your greeting. Like, what do you think screams you? Like, we got greets eagerly, greets energetically, greets flirtatiously, greets confidently, greets in a hyped-up style, greets with a curtsy, karate-style greeting, greets proudly, shyly, listlessly, like zero energy kind of thing. That's greets with a forward bow, greets with a nod, greets with a sweeping bow, or doesn't bother greeting people at all.
How about energetic?
Energetically? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's your quirk now. I can always change it later.
Energetic. That's an
I
energetic,
feel
not
like
eat.
I got one step
Never
closer
mind.
to my.
Oh shit. I can change it later. I
I
fucked
feel-
up. I fucked up.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Well, is he really fine? You know, let's give you. Oh, okay. I see what the superfan outfit looks like. It's actually not a bad looking outfit, though. Okay, let's go to the afternoon market.
Welcome.
Wow! I literally
We're
just left
running a
from talking to you,
special
and
sale
you're
today.
running the shop.
Their collarless
What the
hood
actual
outfit
hell,
at a
Mario?
stunning 80%
You got
off.
here real fast. How'd you get in the shop so fast?
This is absolute. Thanks a
Oh
lot.
no!
Be sure to.
Oh, I never thought about that.
Oh god, here you are outside the shop. How'd you change clothes so fast?
Huh? Do you have a... I would just love it.
MJ wants a road sign here. Sure, why the hell not?
Oh,
Oh yeah, I love the look of that road sign.
Caution. You'll spend money here, probably. Warning. The activities here cost money.
This sign makes it seem like something might happen. But nothing ever does.
fine. Like, literally, he admired it.
Okay,
How about a game of.
me shadow quiz. Let's play. Okay.
Here's your first. Who do you think this
Oh, that's
is?
Derpino.
The answer is.
Ugh.
Derpino has a very
Derpino.
distinct hairstyle.
Next up.
Plus the ribbon on
your
the left
second
side of the hair.
mystery shadow. Who do you think this is?
Princess Belda?
The answer is.
Who is in no way,
Princess
shape, or form
Zelda.
actually Zelda.
And finally, your. Who do you think this is?
Is that Scarlet?
The correct answer
It's either
is
Scarlet or Gwen. Oh no, it's Scarlet.
Scarlet Rose.
Sorry, Scarlet and Gwen have very similar silhouettes. That last one was actually kind of hard. But then, like, when she changed pose, it's like, oh yeah, that's Scarlet in a nutshell. The pose when she, like, switched to her idle animation.
Congratulations.
The idle animation gave it away.
Time for your prize.
Okay, what should I
Go
pick, do you
ahead,
think?
pick
Small,
one.
medium, or large?
Medium.
And the medium prize is a video game. Puzzle game.
Another Switch console.
Nice seeing you here. Nice stuff you got.
God, they have the Super Scope.
Oh no, this is stuff I have. I'm
Oh.
selling. It's a pawn shop. I'm selling stuff. I have a
Ah.
super scope. I
Come
already
back
gave you one,
again.
actually.
Oh yeah, you did. You did.
Huh? After you.
No, after you.
When did the zombie become a model?
Oh, I insist.
insist.
You first.
You first.
Not every day you see a zombie become a fashion brand model.
Please.
Please.
After you. Please.
I mean,
Please.
at least you don't have to worry about him eating all the craft services. Granted, you have to worry about him eating all the craft services staff. But on the upside, that's one less paycheck you have to fill out. So, I mean, you know, your company is saving money regardless. They knew what they were signing up for.
Welcome.
Okay, we got rice pudding, hard candy, flan, and sweet and sour pork. I feel like a lot of people are gonna like that one for some reason. So I'm gonna grab a
Thank
bunch
you
of it.
very much.
I'm gonna head off and get some sleep.
Alright, well, as the old saying goes, nighty night, sleep tight, don't let the Pope bite.
Alright. You take it easy.
And remember, always practice safe snacks. Always use a condiment.
I'm worried about you.
Care for a round of pixel
I recommend maple
quiz.
syrup. That's technically a
God damn.
condiment.
God damn it. Ah, I'll be surprised if you run out of ideas yet.
My brain is
Alright,
always
later.
full of ideas. I never run out.
Laters. No, later.
Go,
Well-
go lay down for a bit.
Heatus deletus.
Here's your first pick.
Okay, first pixelate
What do
item.
you think it is?
Okay, that's a Nintendo Switch. So it's gotta be adventure game.
The answer is adventure game. Next up, what do you think it
Okay,
is?
it looks like a bowl of things, so rice?
The answer is
It's not tofu. Tofu goes on a plate.
rice.
Because tofu's
And
usually served in
finally,
blocks.
the last pixelated item. What do you think it is?
Greek salad.
The correct answer is Greek salad.
I don't know what poke is, so it could have also been poke, but Greek salad seemed more plausible because of the red dot, which made me think tomatoes.
Congratulations, you
And the little
won.
white spots made me think cheese.
Time for your prize. Go ahead.
Let's go large. We got a cartoon. I'll probably just look it up. Look. I know it's like some kind of Asian dish. That's about as much as I know about it.
Huh. Hello. I've got time to kill. I could use.
I'll give you something. Here's a self-help book.
I don't like to lose. I fully admit that.
Okay, we got Scarlet.
What's up? My look is lacking a certain something. Can you get me some headwear that matches my current outfit?
Get you something? I mean, I guess the Japanese hat probably fits aesthetically. Could give her an entire outfit that has a hat in it. Royal costume? Why the hell not? Let's just throw the whole royal outfit at you.
I speak with a loud. I speak with a quiet voice.
British monarchy. I guess I'll give you like one of these items. I'm not sure. You like dancing? Okay, let's go street dancing then. You already got ballet. Let's throw street dancing into the mix.
Thank you so much. Should I drop something?
Drop something.
What
Okay,
should I drop?
what's something I remember she didn't like? The vase. Hopefully it breaks and there's ammo inside. I think it'd be really funny if they dance in the outfit.
Thank you.
The king outfit.
Just thinking about Chris still makes my heart flutter.
Then one of you two propose to the other. God damn it. I don't care who does it at this point. Oh! Oh! Oh damn! She dancing. She dancing. Whoa! Whoa!
Watch. Watch.
You know what? That is fair. However, I wouldn't care who asked who to marry who. I just want one of them to do it at this point, because I am tired of waiting. You know what? That's fair. You are entitled to care. However, I am also equally entitled to not care.
DD Comigram, a grill. Yeah, yes-eroni.
Hey, I'm Keiko. What's your name?
You're Keiko.
That is
I'm
fair.
Danny.
Boulder punching is so dreadful. Meow.
Keiko is talking about
How
herself.
about trying to plan?
She'd rather be doing anything else.
Lentinora 2. Dorothy. Yeah.
Become friends with everyone.
Great to meet you. I'm Keiko.
Hey, Keiko. I'm Blue Kumo.
Keiko is talking about herself, but isn't sure if she already told this particular story. Yeah, my dad's in that popular game, Cybertruck 2069.
Coffee on a burger.
Hey, I'm Keiko. What's your name?
So you're Keiko. In that case, hey, I'm Kenny. Good to meet ya.
Exactly. Except in this case, it wouldn't be very far from the truth.
Gentle Penny Talk.
Because her dad is actually Chuck Norris.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we don't want to interact with him. He's a bad boy.
What?
Whoa. Great to meet you. I'm Keiko.
Okay, so you're Keiko. I'm Annie Mae.
Let's copy this on its sort of her.
Keiko is saying things she thinks the two of them will get along well because they're about the same age. No, they fucking are not. You were literally born today.
Vertical. Hey, come up. BB Comedram. A grill. Yeah, grab and snap elbow. Saladella clever. Samsung. Oh.
Whee! News.
Does that look like a Marion?
Oh well, let's go see what the new news story is.
This is me news for August
That's true.
23rd, 2026. In the early hours of the morning, a resident on a walk discovered a strange pole near the wishing fountain. Eyewitnesses confirmed the pole was not there yesterday, so the currently prevailing theory is that it appeared overnight. Island officials are investigating why someone may have installed this mysterious pole while encouraging residents to refrain from leaving offerings or muttering any incantations
No, I did
in
not.
its presence. We asked residents for their reactions.
Say again. I wasn't listening.
Oh, I can't be seen on TV. Cut away. Cut away.
Stop, Belda, you're being a bitch.
Thanks for watching. I'm Kenny, and
Why would
this
you
has
interact
been the
with them
1
if you don't want to be
o'clock
seen on
news.
TV? You're so dumb, lady. It's like, I cannot be seen on TV. Cut away. Aha.
This is me news for August 17th, 2026. It was discovered today that Danny has a cavity. We've obtained this imagery of some of the bacteria that have made themselves at home on Danny's tooth. According to her dentist, Danny's brushing and flossing have been totally weak. The dentist also had some disparaging remarks about Danny's breath.
Wow.
No word yet
Dentist
on
is
whether
kind of an
Danny will
asshole.
change her habits or dentist. Sources indicate that she's particularly fond of eating an evil cake at bedtime. We asked residents for their reactions.
A day late and $1 short, right?
Oh, I'm relieved to hear that. Thanks for watching. I'm Cheese, and that was me news for August 17th, 20...
This is Me News for August 17, 2026. We've just received some wonderful news. We're excited to report that 50 different types of objects have been placed on the island. This reporter can only imagine the amount of hard work it took to diligently place so many different objects, one by one. Residents are encouraged to applaud next time Tim O.D. is spotted in the wild. In recognition of this hard work, Tim O.D. will be presented with a royal costume.
Yep, I already got my royal
Thanks
costume.
for watching. I'm Moving Sky, and that was Me News for August 17, 2026.
Don't worry about it. He ate all the steroids.
This is Me News for August 16th, 2026. This just in. Aaron has admitted that he failed to capture vacation footage when asked to do so. Aaron told reporters, "I did start recording a video, but it was within the wrong app. There was an unfortunate filter enabled that made us all look like wombats. A thorough investigation will be taking place, with some suggesting the wombat filter is just an excuse and that no footage was actually captured." We asked residents for their reactions.
Okay, then.
Ha ha. Sorry. I shouldn't laugh.
Thanks for watching.
Wow, Kenny was kind of an asshole there.
I'm Rob, and that was Me News for August 16th, 2026.
And that was your daily dose of Blue Side Island. Ooh, devil costume. I like this. I like this costume. Buy that. Simple dress. Ooh. Crop top. What? Ooh, we can get the blazer with the bow tie in different colors now. Let's get it in, I kind of like the red coloring. Oh, and spoilers, it's actually fake muscles that Mr. Crow's wearing. He's not actually buff, it's just a costume. Oh, the fairy dress is the new colors! Cute. Ooh, I kind of like the black. Well, we can now have assassins on the island. We got hoods. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, see? This is the buff outfit. Mr. Crow's not actually buff, he's fake. He's a great big faker! great big faker.
I'm suddenly in the mood to chat with Gwen.
Are you alright?
Please, Hick, help me.
I see. This is gonna take a lot of elbow grease.
Aw, I just cleaned my elbows.
Oh no,
I
elbow
fell to.
Anyone would have helped.
Me. 7 Freckle. 8 from off. Replacement.
Silent right. Single check.
Huh? Something on your mind?
Outfit. Create new outfit. Yeah, let's just give him the upgrade to the backpack. He doesn't need a full outfit. Guess I kind of like the black backpack better for his outfit. You gotta give Moving Sky the YouTuber a camera.
Thank you. Life is so.
What's got Mario going on?
Do you have?
Sure, what's up?
I would just like.
You know what? I'm actually not against a pinwheel on the beach, but I just don't want to buy a pink one. Maybe another time. I kind of want to keep the island mostly blue. And pink goes against the blue motif. Blue and green. Oh, shit, 3 levels. Let's add traffic lights, I guess. Wait, was that the last item? I have them all now? Okay. I have now unlocked everything. But the fact that it doesn't give me a complete mark tells me they're going to be adding more as free DLC later down the road. Let's send a character on a vacation. Huh, where to send them, though? You know, let's send the guy who actually lives in Japan, to a trip to Kyoto. It feels appropriate to send Mr. Japan to Japan. It's funny that he spends like a good 90% of the year in
Oh,
Japan anyways.
Are you really giving me a Kyoto tour?
Like maybe 10% of the
Thank
year
you
he's
so
like
much.
not in Japan. But the rest
Time to
of the
pack
year
my
he
bags.
is. It's usually like maybe like 1 month. Sometimes 2.
Mount Daimonji's really lighting up the night.
Say cheese.
Look, the Yasaka Pagoda. So elegant.
Say cheese.
The famous Senbon Tori at Fushimi Inari Taisha. I'm seeing red.
Say cheese.
That was a wonderful trip. Thanks so much. This souvenir is for you.
Okay, let's send another couple out on a trip. Let's see. Let's send the Aussie on the Oceania tour?
Oh. Are you really giving? Time to pack my bags.
Is he bringing anyone with him? Oh no, he's going by himself. Mario's backpacking all alone.
Cruising down Australia's Great Ocean Road. Might make a pit stop to take a quick dip. Say cheese.
Mario turned his head, god damn it. Little shit.
So many sheep. I've got wool sweaters for days. Say cheese. It's tough finding a cat out here. Maybe I can hop in this kangaroo's pouch. Say cheese.
Alright.
That was a wonderful trip. Thanks so much for letting me take it. I even got you this souvenir.
Gorilla Plush!
What?
Don't be.
Hey, moving sky. Do you feel like talking about boulder punching?
Ah, yes.
Okay,
The
but check
time-honored
this
tradition
out.
of punching boulders.
Visualize boulder punching. Who do you want to join you?
I mean, it's not just because you're asking, but I pick you.
Oh,
I think you should pick Chris
well,
Redfield
in that
personally for
case,
boulder
I'm
punching.
gonna pencil you in for boulder punching ASAP.
God, why the hell is all this talk of boulder punching? We want to play Resident Evil 5 again. At some point, I'm gonna have to arrange a collab with someone for another Resident Evil 5 run. And let's go by his nickname that everyone I know calls him, MJ.
MJ, want to hang out?
And everyone just calls Mario
Mario,
Mario
you
for
look great
short.
today. Have you seen Mario?
Have you met Moo? Nice. I knew boulder punching would bring MJ and me together.
Makes sense. Mario and I have the same taste in hobbies, so no wonder we hit it off.
Ship tap. Saba. Pringle Jackson.
Hey? I feel like I could use
New style? Sure, I'll get you something. Frog suit? No, no. I guess the Dolly shirt outfit kind of fits, but nah. Let's create an outfit, custom. Just for her. Let's go. Elegant dress, I guess. The hood. You can't wear the scarf and the hood at the same time. Well, there goes my plan. Alright, how about that? If I can get... Oh shit, I just thought of something I need to get her.
honestly.
Yeah, thank you for telling me, Princess, that you're obsessed with gooning. Fucking weird-ass princess. You know what? We'll use a laptop in place of a Sheikah slate. Because Sheikah slates don't exist in this universe.
Thanks.
Okay, Blue's wanting something.
Huh. Oh. I've been thinking about. Do you think you could get me some clothes that he would like on me?
Sure, I'll get you something. You know, I think she looks good in red, so... Actually, that outfit probably would work with her, but let's try a different outfit. Ah, yes, the UFO outfit. Wait, the outfit comes in purple? It looks better in red. The purple one kind of looks meh. Yeah, that looks good together. Boom. Outfit. Let's see. Let's give her knitting. She's an artsy type. She likes to be crafty. Let's give her knitting. Because I think that's something she'd be into.
Thank you. I really wanted this. Sometimes I still.
Let's go drop you in front of someone that you want to be friends with. Preferably someone that's awake.
Saya. 2.
I'm feeling a special connection with my paintbrush today. Meow. We're in the zone.
Boy Kita. Crap.
Okay, what's Mario got going on with MJ over here? Moving Sky's inviting Mario Blade to hang out, and is seemingly hyped about a horse. Oh god, it's finally happening! Horse 2 is coming out! Horse 2! Now with 83% more horse. Because there's multiple horses.
You're too cool.
The only film where you can truly say you're horsing around.
Lymphanora 2. Me. Sabagrackle. Kylanfa. Right. Daisy Tomogram. Umbrill. Ringle checks demand. Ship cap.
The scent of a mystery.
Okay, what's the zombie looking at in the sky?
Whoa.
Oh, he loves
That
Mr.
cloud
X.
looks just like Mr. X. And I loves it.
Yes, yes you are.
Want to play?
Sure, let's play it. It's a 50-15.
What do you...
Let's go with heads.
Heads.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Fuck you.
Aw.
Not the character, the coin.
Hey.
Damn, I hate these consolation prizes. Ugh. Guess I'll take it to the pawn shop later. Here, go become friend. Go hang out with Cat Girl.
CEO of the Dopey Stores. Would you paint my picture?
I'm curious what she's painting.
All done. Meow.
Let's see the image. Perfect. Perfection.
Peanut butter. What narble plummy cares over it? Solely on Xfinity. That will happen over not 60. Danny, afternoon. Good afternoon, Blue Kumo. Huh. You're looking... Gravelly's map. Fontiana Barberini.
Hey. My look is lacking a certain... Can you get me an accessory that matches my current outfit?
Sure, I'll get you something. Dress him up as a cowboy? If I can get him cowboy stuff, sure. For now... He wants an accessory, so I'll give him a chain. I think a chain would look fine with this. A lot of men wear chains. Hell, I even used to know a lot of guys in my high school that wore chains like that. Actually, wait, is there a cowboy hat I can give him? We need cowboy hats stat. We got like what looks like a fedora. I already gave that to Mr. X. Mr. X already has a fedora now. I feel like Chuck Norris should be a big eater. Because if you're constantly working out and shit like that, he should be a big eater.
I feel like I got one step closer to my...
Yeah, honestly, it'd be nice to get him a cowboy hat.
Kenny and I worked really hard to raise our child up. We're so proud. Words just aren't enough. Boss, don't be a stranger. Hey,
You know, here, let's give you something to eat. How about some sweet and sour pork?
yum.
Does he like the sweet and sour pork? Okay, he's a big eater, so we can give him more food. You know what? He's an old man, so let's give him a hard candy.
Yum.
He doesn't care much for the hard candy. I used to love hard candies. It was like the only thing that was like socially acceptable to steal. Cause like from your grandparents. Cause like they knew you took them. They didn't care. It's like, let them take the candy.
Yum.
I'm just happy that they're happy kind of thing. Granted, I would ask all the time. I know that like 2 of my cousins would just take them from my grandma's purse. She didn't care. She knew they were taking them. But I will argue at least my Mr. X looks a little more accurate now. I just need to get the jacket in like a darker gray if I can. That or the hat in the same shade of gray. But the jacket's in. But it's still arguably way more accurate.
You look... I'm hungry.
Okay, let's give you a muffin.
Yum.
Eat the muffin. He seems to be okay with the muffin. Let's give him... Let's give him a sports drink.
Yum.
Blue Gatorade. Oh, just enough characters. Leon, you owe me Charlotte's Web. He'll likely mumble this while sleeping.
Leon, you owe me Shelley's web.
I love that it's the exact character length. Had to throw a Charlotte's Web reference in there somewhere. Had to throw it in.
I've actually been one.
Oh, Blue's in a bad mood.
I'm realizing my vision.
Huh. Hey. I was talking to Keiko.
Okay, she seems to have a lot of issues with the other girls. Let's give you a fried egg to cheer you up.
Yum. I feel like a heavy weight has been lifted from my shoulders.
I think so, yeah. Watch this, all her friends wind up being guys.
Toss. Keep.
Of course he's keeping the gun.
Keep.
Carry this cannon.
Toss.
Oh, he's not after the BL book.
Keep.
Keeps the newspaper, okay. Oh, he...
Keep.
Oh, of course he kept his own book.
Toss.
Tossed the cigarettes, okay. Good. Good answer, good answer.
Toss.
Oh, oh, you monster.
Keep.
He was debating on that one.
Keep.
Of course, very immediately kept the Kirby amiibo.
Toss. Ah. Oh. Oh. My eyes.
Right, I forgot I made Lank have a crush on Mr. X. Because I think it'd be really funny for it to be a bit of a love triangle. Gotta have a little bit of drama. I gotta stir the pot a little bit. Okay. Oh. Okay. He wound up in the bush. Well, he tried to catch the butterfly. Chris, fix the water fountain. Yeah, typical Lank, yeah, exactly. I think it'd be really funny if Belda gets a crush on Lank, but then it doesn't go the other way around. Yeah, I think I will actually do that. Let's see. Where is Lank right now? Oh, there he is. Oh, no, that's Edward. Oh, no, there's Lank.
You. Are you alright?
These hiccups, they won't stop.
Oof. I've never seen a case this bad before.
I'm gonna be okay, though. Right? I vow to return the favor one day.
Anyone would have helped. Now I'm closer with Princess Belda. Thank you.
Oh, there's People falling asleep already? Well, because they're in pajamas, that tells me they're at home. Oh, Wesker's watching anime. Well, I mean, a lot of us watch anime, but that's besides the point.
Oh. I'm Albert Wesker.
Oh, your name is Albert Wesker. Nice to meet you. I'm Annie Mae.
So first,
Albert Wesker is talking about how much he's into baking cookies. That is a lie. We all know that you're secretly into making tyrants. Specifically the BOW variety of tyrants. You know, like the librarian, also known as Mr. X. Because the tyrant class BOW is his baby. It's his creation.
Oh, waifu.
Oh, this is awkward. Get out of there, Whisker.
Oh, that's comforting.
What?
Those are be chores.
Makes me feel like one with me.
Nice to see you. I thought I'd share this with you.
Oh, perfect timing. I have something for you too.
Oh,
How to
it
cook
looks
anything
too
in 7
expensive.
minutes?
I can't accept that.
7 minutes.
But I have
7 minutes
something
is
for
all I
you.
can spare to bake with
A
you.
bunch were gifted to me, so
Oh, no, I have too many of these as it is. You'd be doing me a favor by taking it.
nonsense.
I love that I wrote Mike Hawk as the author of the book. Oh, God. The book should be called 7 Minutes is All I Can Spare to Bake with You.
Dance one. CD Comogram. A grill.
You know what? Fuck it. We're doing that. We're making it a thing. New creation. Treasure. Book. Oh yeah, TV show could be good. Okay, we'll do a TV show then. Actually, I want to change Wesker's outfit first. Yeah, I was gonna say, like a chef's hat or an outfit, or hell, even just a fucking, like, beret or something like that. Something that screams, look at me, I'm a French chef or some shit, I don't know. We could put the pot on his head. That'd be a good enough option. Oh yeah, that's true. I can just draw the chef's hat on him. But I also do like the idea of putting a pot on his head. And then just have him look really upset. Like... Oh. Okay, I know I'm giving Wesker.
Real Dingle Maximal. Nah, silly honest. Sally, you didn't fuck up. Want this better too? Well, transplant is a shambo. Black ink. Window of sex medicine Kindle gross. Hey, Mr. Crow.
Oh,
Doors are full.
Then add a little chef hat to his head, yeah. Because we're just giving him that outfit for the show. I'm changing him out of that outfit immediately. New creation, treasure, TV show, news. Oh, you say it should be a fire behind him? We do already have the wallpaper. Yeah, that kind of gives off a burning. Alternatively, we could use this horror TV show as the background. You like the fire? Fair enough. Yeah. I like this. The fire's good. There's a reason I'm putting the hourglass there. I'm gonna put text over it. The evil cake. Actually, no, I'm gonna draw something actually first. A bit too thick. There we go. Seven minutes. Outline. Seven minutes. To bake. Yeah, I'll add a chef hat. But I'm gonna have to throw some food in here too. I specifically want it to be baked goods, preferably. So nothing fried. There we go. And now we just make the hat. There. It's not too busy. Kind of half-assed little chef set. I think that's good enough, right? I like it. Not too crazy. 7 minutes to bake with you. Seven minutes to bake with you.
"7 minutes to bake with you."
The sounds... Technically it's a variety show, because cooking shows are like variety shows, right? Content... should technically be educational. You know, let's not bother having it lit up. 7 minutes to bake with you. Stop.
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Huh? Do you have a
Sure, what's up?
I would just love it.
No! God damn! You're just as bad as Mario!
Huh? Something unique. I think Mario Blade 64 had fun. I knew talking about a horse would do the trick.
Alright, you know what? You deserve... puzzle game. He loves the puzzle game. I don't mind beach suggestions, just a lot of the suggestions they're making are stupid.
Well, it worked. Burn, baby, burn.
Hi.
Oh wait, no, we don't. Well, let's just give you something to eat. Here, cheeseburger.
Yum.
Oh, that cheeseburger filled you up.
If we're playing a game, you better bet I'm keeping track of wins and losses. And I consider everything a game.
What the wolf did.
Hey! I'm hungry.
Okay, you know what, as is tradition,
Welcome. Thank you very much.
Yo!
she didn't care much for the cigarettes. Yet another one doesn't like cigarettes very much. That's not true.
Yo!
That is not 100% true. There is one villager that genuinely likes them. That was Chris Redfield, and yes, I did cheat with that one, but I'm talking about Danny. Danny likes the cigarettes, although she seems to be the only one.
I love watching movies by myself. Even the scary ones. Me.
That was some good old-fashioned cigarette chewing up.
Again.
Cheesecake.
Yo!
Touche. I forgot about that. Although now, I think it's a case she'll forever like them. Forever!
Do you have a... Could you take a photo for me?
Yeah.
Then let...
Where's a good spot to take a photo? I want Kenny to run headfirst into the cactus. Have him be exhausted. Will not put anybody there. Actually, you know what? We'll not bother putting anyone here, actually. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Had a bit of a cough there. Now let's not apply a filter. There we go. Perfect.
Thank you. I didn't think you possessed this level of creativity. Color me impressed.
There we go. Perfect. And Albert, we're gonna change your outfit. Clothing. Thomas Borden wants company. Okay. Go hang out with, go hang out with your niece.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Tom.
Good to meet you, Tom. I'm Keiko.
Botanical Guidebook. Yes, the Trio Botanical Guidebook.
What's the money?
Yo.
Hee hee.
Blue.
Sparkle. Pearl packet. Yours the bowl.
Ship cap. Zava.
Oh, what are these? What is this couple doing?
This is for you. Meow.
She's giving him the world. This would be funnier if Chuck Norris
I
was
had the
Hatsune
same
Miku.
idea.
Dorothy.
After. Sandy. Yetseroni. Well, we're on you now. Yeah, rabbit snap elbow.
Hi, Twin Doodle Pet Devil Pack. Crunchy.
Great to meet you. And that's the Twin Doodle Pet Devil Pack. Crunchy.
Oh, she's repeating the phrase, the CEO of Derpy Shores, over and over again. Go lounge.
And that's the Twin Doodle Pet Devil Pack.
Go rescue your boyfriend.
Are you into performance art now?
Please, hell.
She's just sitting
So
in the
first
back,
I do this,
just watching all this
then this.
unfold in the
Oh,
lawn chair.
I think you're onto something. I owe you one.
I don't mind one bit.
There we go. The odds of them marrying is now even higher than it was before. Oh wait, Chris wants something.
I've got some.
Double Shadow Chris? Okay.
Here's your.
Okay, first Double
What are
Shadow.
these?
Veggie burger and evil cake?
The answer is evil cake and veggie burger.
The double evil combo.
Next up, your second mystery double shot. What are these?
Okay, that's a mushroom, and I'm gonna assume udon?
The answer is
That is udon, right?
kitsune udon and mushroom. And without further ado, your last mystery double shadow. What are these?
A hedgehog and a circuit board?
The correct answer is hedgehog and circuit
That
board.
is such a random pairing. Actually, you know what? I recognize that circuit board. At least I think I do. It's the inside of a game console, I just can't tell specifically which one. Because, like, the two black things in the front, those are controller contacts. Then you got USB ports in the back. Or one of those could be the power connector. Wait a minute, this vaguely looks like a Raspberry Pi almost, or a microcomputer actually. I can't quite put my finger on what it is exactly. Huh.
Congratulations,
Oh, sorry, I
you
don't know what
won.
the hell was going on with my head there. Tracking got a little funky.
Time for your prize.
I got a turtle.
Yo.
Okay, we need someone to...
Hey, no.
Hello.
That's it.
Okay. So now they're friends.
Ship tap. Tap. Come on.
Albert.
This is great.
Here. Go keep Aaron company.
So glad to meet you, Albert Wesker. I'm Aaron.
Say hello, Aaron, and tap on
Albert
the
Wesker is
table.
reporting that he spotted a cloud that looked
So,
like just
who
like a
really
peanut
got
butter.
him? Cactus, Danny.
Okay, Wesker's just being weird. Got it. Alright, let's send him on a trip. To the freaking moon! Take that, you idiot! How do you feel about that, Obama? Actually, no. Scarlet. We're launching Scarlet to the moon! Bye, Scarlet!
Oh. Are you really giving me an out? Time to pack my bag?
I don't know, just... I haven't seen the moon trip in a while, and I thought it'd be amusing, and I wanted to give your character and Chris a trip. Aaron, move your ass! Oh, those pillars were the ones from the rocket. That's what that mysterious pillar was.
Energy replenishment. Now commencing stage 3. The box of cigarette system is operational.
The box of cigarette system is operational. Why is it the box of cigarette system? That's more money. Why? Okay, Scarlett's on one side, and then Chris Redfield's on the other.
Ready when you are.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
I'm launching early. Screw the countdown. What is with all the flying spaghettis? I am not going to. You're not gonna die. I've sent people into space before. This is my second time doing it.
Hi, suicide. Hello from space.
Oh, we can skip the space flight. Cool. Apparently. All right. The Residents of Evil Outer Space Tour.
BRB, getting a close-up view of the Andromeda Galaxy. No bigs. Say cheese. The pillars of creation in the Eagle Nebula are a bit over my head, but they sure are pretty to look at. Say cheese.
All right.
I'm on the moon, but where's the cheese? I was promised cheese. Say cheese.
Seems Scarlett's disappointed by the lack of cheese on the moon. Where's the cheese, Mr. Redfield? Where's the cheese? Sorry, I had to make a Wallace and Gromit reference. I will say though, those are good claymation cartoons though. Or sorry, animations. Cartoon implies that it's all hand-drawn or CG animated, I
That
guess.
was a wonderful
I
trip.
guess technically, yeah.
Thanks so much for letting me take it. By the way, this little one followed me back to Earth. You can have it.
Ah, we got Gazorpazorp. Okay, now that you're back to Earth. We're immediately sending you on another trip. This time to, World Castles. Specifically, we're giving it to Chris. Maybe you can find some zombies and bio-terrorists to shoot.
Oh. Are you really giving me a World Castles tour? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Time to pack my bags. The red fort in India is even redder than I poured.
Say cheese.
Spain's Alhambra is so much more grand in person.
Say cheese.
This is Himeji Castle in Japan. If I were a ninja, you wouldn't see me in this picture.
Say cheese.
I mean, to be fair, the same would also be true if you were John Cena.
That was a wonderful trip. Thanks so much for letting me take it. This souvenir is for you.
Here we go. Chris can have the big vase now. Let's have him interact with Kitty's daughter.
My name is Chris Redfield. So, yeah.
What a great name, Chris Redfield. I'm Keiko. Nice to meet you.
Keiko, the daughter of Chuck Norris and Kitty.
Sparkle, safe Rency, safe Tom. Thanks for your help there. I feel like Keiko and I get along a little better now.
A little weird that they're launching fireworks in the middle of the day. But okay.
Welcome. Please come again.
I've got $1 million.
I think I heard something
$1
just
million.
now.
No, I'm kidding. It's $1,000 actually. What game is she playing? Oh, it's the dancing game. Slash rhythm game. Oh yeah, that's right, it's afternoon.
Welcome.
Oh, never mind. It's the same stock as before.
Hello? I want to be friends with Chris Red.
Alright, great thinking.
What should we talk?
Let's see.
What did you have in mind?
An activity. And that activity is,
Getting Leon to fuck Claire. Got it?
Yep.
I'll go talk to him about getting Leon to fuck Claire. Huh?
I'm gonna be deleting that from the island repertoire. I just want to have a clip of it.
Hey, Chris Redfield. Do you feel like talking about getting Leon to fuck Claire?
Sure, but tell me, Kenny, how good are you at getting Leon to fuck Claire?
I don't want to brag or anything, but I don't think you'll find anyone on all of Blueside who's better at getting Leon to fuck Claire than me.
That's amazing. I really respect folks who are good at getting Leon to fuck Claire. Wanna be friends?
Of course he would. Of course he would respect someone who's good at that. If you didn't do it, I was gonna do it afterwards.
Hey, Chris.
You know what? We'll just have him shorten it to Ken.
Hey, Ken. I just met Kenny.
And yeah.
Nice. I knew getting Leon to fuck Claire would bring Chris and me together, huh?
I hope Ken shows me all the tricks of the trade.
Oh, that is beautiful. Let's make him, let's give him a guitar.
Thank you so. Should I drop?
Yeah, drop something.
What should I
Your box
drop?
of tissues.
Thanks.
Ship cap, Saba.
Oh, I just realized they're both wearing the same outfit. That's how you can tell they're best buds.
Greedy. I don't usually get mad like this, but my talk with Tom the cat really upset me.
Here, have a sour blast.
This here. Wait. This is just fun.
What a treat. What a... I feel...
I hope Blue Sky becomes more fun.
Oh, good.
Huh? Daddy and I were chatting, and, well, I guess it just made me a little sad. Meow.
Here. Cat, have some
That's
fresh
too much
bread.
for me right now. Meow.
Beverage.
Yum.
She liked her sports drink. Gotta love that her top
I
three
feel like a heavy weight has been lifted
things
from
are
my shoulders.
sports drink,
Meow.
cheesecake, and cigarettes and milk.
Ugh. Grr. Sorry, I'm a little upset with Keiko. Why did she have to say that?
Oh god, she's going through her rebellious teen phase. Here, have a cream puff.
Yum. I feel like a heavy. Boss, don't be a straight.
How?
Hi there.
What a great name, Mario Blade 64. I'm Chuck Norris. Nice to meet you.
Triangle action hero.
Mario Blade is talking about himself, but in a polite and reserved way.
How do you fare, Chuck?
Oh, hi there. Boo. Oh god.
Humph. Could it be that I have not yet had the pleasure of making your acquaintance? I am Lank.
Hey, Lang. I'm Mario Blade 64.
Bob from accounting is Laura.
Lank is talking about out loud about his feelings regarding Timothy.
You crack me up, Lang.
Wow, yeah, thanks for talking about me. As if you're talking behind my back.
Oh,
You gotta remember, I'm an omnipresent god who can see everything.
Fuzzy on a bird.
I know when you are sleeping, I know when you're awake. I know when you've been bad or good. Oh god, I'm Santa Claus.
Huh. Aw. I want to be friends with Princess Zelda. What should we talk about? What did you have in mind?
Hmm. Oh, I know exactly who they should talk about. Just because I think it'd be funny. I think it should either be a YouTuber or a big Twitch streamer. I'm trying to think. Who should I have them talk about? Because I want it to be a big one. I mean, could go with Jacksepticeye, could go with Markiplier, could go with Moist Critical. Steve from HR? You know what? Fuck it. He's not a YouTuber, but you know what?
Steve from HR. Got it. I'll go talk to her about Steve from HR. Meow. Hey, Princess Zelda. Do you feel like talking about Steve from HR?
Ooh.
Steve from HR. Funny you should bring that name up. Wait, how do you feel about Steve from HR? Well, I think Steve from HR is pretty funny. Meow. Yeah, I feel the same way. I think we're on the same wavelength. Kitty, let's be friends.
It went great. They became friends. About talking about Steve from HR. Let's just drop the
Princess Zelda.
let's just drop the princess modifier.
Zelda, how goes it?
But to everyone else, you'll still refer to them as princess. And out of sheer respect and fear, you shall call them God of Death.
God of Death, want to hang out. Have you seen Kitty anywhere?
However, only she seems to have figured out that Kitty is the god of death. I don't know. Is that too weird? Should I go with something else? Okay, sorry, I just randomly received a message. No. God, sorry. Got another one of those messages. Hey, do you need a graphic designer? I think I would be an excellent graphic designer. You know, if you need one. Thank you, Mr. Crow. Thank you. Your services are not needed yet. Graphic design is your passion. Yeah, the thing is, I don't need a graphic designer because I am the graphic designer. And if not, I can just, you know, get in touch with an actual graphic designer if I want to outsource the work for something. Or an artist.
Looks like Zelda and I are friends now. I'm always down to chat with God of Death.
While sleeping.
Crush, kill, destroy, sweat.
There you go. Something she'll mumble in her sleep.
Crush, kill, destroy, sweat. That is such a neat thing to say. And it kept rolling.
Yep.
Single manga.
Oh, Kenny's fantasizing now.
How do you do, Your Majesty Kenny? As of today, Blue Side shall be known as Majesty Kenny's Isle. Your Majesty's birthday, September 11th, will now be an official holiday.
I forgot that he
The
made it
entire island will
September
have to
11th his
celebrate it.
birthday. No.
A newly discovered species of creature has been named after you, Your Majesty.
3 cheers for you, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty.
Oh god, I forgot I made his birthday September 11th. What the actual hell?
Yes, most excellent.
Woo!
Caw mother huggers. Caw mother huggers.
Okay, what's MJ's dreaming about? Let's get into his dreams. Oh, this stupid car dream again. Let's skip the car dream. We already know how it ends. A horrifying
Aw.
crash with a 30 car pileup, everyone dead.
Oh,
Oh, wait, no,
I
that's,
had
that's a
that
different
dream
dream.
again. Oh,
Help. I think Chuck Norris and Nova would be.
Sure, great idea.
What should we talk?
Other lingo. Let's use lingo that's already in the game. Saying no to drugs and yes to pugs.
Got it? I'll go round up Chuck Norris. Nova, say hello to Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris, this is Nova.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. Let this scene
Do
play
you
out.
feel like talking about saying no to drugs and yes to pugs?
Oh, goddamn gravity, I knocked the remote to the floor.
Tell me, Chuck Norris, how good are you at saying no to drugs and yes to pugs?
I don't want to brag or anything, but I don't think you'll find anyone on Olive Blue's side who's better at saying no to drugs and yes to pugs than me.
That's amazing. I really respect folks who are good at saying no to drugs and yes to pugs. Wanna be friends?
And good friends. Okay, oh, no, you're not falling to the floor again. I caught you this time. I caught you, Mr. Remote Man! You're not falling to the floor this time! You're not falling to the floor this time.
Chuck, want to hang out? Have you met having them talk about saying, I think this is the start of a beautiful friendship.
Alright. Let's get a little quirks. Give her a little bit of rhythm to her step. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Da, da, da.
I feel a bit more like myself.
Sorry, I got an itch on my back. Ah, thank God I have a back scratcher.
Ooh.
Huh. Do you have a...
Sure, what's up?
I would just love...
For the love of God, no. You already asked me that twice today. Well, technically it was you and then Mario, but still, no. Oh, that's hummus. They stole a bowl of hummus. The whole thing. Not even like a dollop, the whole container. Container and all.
Are you alright?
Please help.
Okay, now hold still. Here we go.
What does that mean?
If you don't.
I
They're
vow
gonna
to
keep
return
us-
the favor one day.
You know what? Fair.
What
Fair.
a relief. You're okay.
Me. Have a grapple.
That is a fair assessment.
Jabble.
Huh? Hey, I'm Keiko. What's your name?
Hello there, Keiko. I'm known as Gwen.
Keiko cannot overstate her passion for Cybertruck 2069. I mean, it is the game of the year. Contender for 2026. They're discussing future public works on Blue Side. Oh god. I just added 2 more wishes to the fountain. Okay, let's send some characters off to, okay, where do I want to send them now? Let's send them to the US. Let's send Keiko to the US.
Oh, are you really giving me a USA tour? Thank you so much. Time to pack my bags. Meow. We're in Las Vegas. Meow. Now, where's the party at?
Say cheese.
Glad I remembered my rain jacket. Turns out Niagara Falls is wet.
Say cheese.
Road trip. Just cruising through Monument Valley. No big deal.
Say cheese.
Finally, Chuck Norris is dressed how he's supposed to be. Shame we can't bring the hat home. Though at least we know the cowboy hat exists in the game's files.
That was a wonderful trip. Thanks so much for letting me take it. This souvenir is for you. Meow.
Give her koala plush. She really likes her koala plushie.
I speak with a loud voice. I speak. I speak. I speak. I feel like I'm becoming my true self more and more. Meow. Good afternoon. I speak with a radiant. How are you on this fine day?
Okay, she can have that one.
This is good. Oh,
Let's buy her a whole new room.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please come again.
There we go. I think this looks like a pretty decent room.
It looks great now. Thank you, meow.
Plus, I kind of like the semi-retro aesthetic with the furniture. I like how she likes her little koala plushie. Yeah, let's edit Kitty's room. Oh god, the clashing elements! Oh lordy, 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 lord, lord, no. This one doesn't look too bad. Kind of screams like, hey, you're in a yoga studio for some reason.
This is accept. You're so insane, I can practically smell you. No reason to be here. I should move on.
Okay, what blank guy going on?
Hear ye.
Okay, let's just spam the button. Hopefully we get the right thing.
Heads, huh?
Heads it is, okay.
Well, let's
Fingers
see
crossed.
if you're right.
Last one was tails. Oh, let's fucking go.
It's heads. You win, Timothy. Congratulations, you won. Time for your prize. Go ahead, pick one.
Let's go with the large one. Oh, cool, we got the rock and roll hits. I know who'd appreciate rock and roll. Chuck Norris.
I've been thinking about Kenny lately. Do you think you could get me some clothes that he would like on me?
Sure. This outfit. She doesn't care much for it. Well, I think it actually looks pretty good on
My
her.
instincts are telling me that hashtag Porsche 911 is about to start trending hard.
Huh. Hey,
Okay, let's play Zoom Quiz.
here's what do
Oh, that's cigarettes.
the answer is? Box of cigarettes. Next, what do you think?
Sushimi.
The answer
Is
is
it sushi?
sashimi.
Yeah, because
And
that looks like
finally,
fish eggs
the
almost.
last doomed item. What do you think it is?
A lot of blue. It's not... Is it cat music? Or is it lewd? It's not the stone. Cat music?
The correct answer is octahedral stone.
Oh. Didn't realize it would zoom in on a section of the gem that's like a solid color.
Hey, you
Thought
can't
there'd be a
win
little
them all,
color fluctuation.
but you can get this as a console.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
We haven't met yet,
Oh god.
have we? My name
Why are
is
so many
Rebecca.
ladies running towards him? What the hell?
You said, well, I'm Dark 11.
Oh, he traveled the channel ribbon. Yim. Gooning is so travel.
Rebecca is humbly talking about herself? Okay.
Yes, Simone. Oh. Blue. Doran Tipple. Me. Baba Grackle.
Tinderwonka. River.
Hafta.
Oh, he traveled the Shamal with him. Yim. How about trading a fleeing? You. Then see Tancha. Want to pour the pondart, but you have to farm out of the limit. In a chinny farmy the spat tomorrow. See so? Then see Tancha. Want to pour the pondart.
They seem to be sharing their hopes and dreams.
Hello? So, you're leaving Jargo with the Grimby.
I think she's painting MJ.
You're too wonderful for words.
And then MJ is just taking photos of the firework. I need someone to run up there and set it off. Aaron?
Moving sky today.
Okay, can't interact with the firework.
Marry me, Scarlet.
Oh! Well,
Scarlet. I promise I'll always try to make you happy. Marry me, Scarlet.
well, let's bring Scarlet in here to overhear that completely by accident.
Scarlet. I promise I'll always try to make you happy.
I
Stop for a break somewhere.
Oh, Scarlet.
Chris.
CD Comogram. Avril. Ship Cap. Java. Splinter.
okay, they're probably gonna propose sometime soon. Just because he's like literally shouting to the waters and what have you about Marry me, Scarlet.
Hey. 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 Good afternoon. Welcome.
No, still the same
Well,
stuff. Okay.
Okay then.
Oh, wait, no, I finished making the TV show, that's right. Actually, there was a... funny thing is, actually, I made some placeholder items. I don't know what I was going to put on this shirt. Same goes for this one. I just wrote down the general idea of what I wanted to go for. Don't know why I just called that one Bees.
Oh, blue.
Ticket taker. Ninja. Want to pour the pondart, but you have to farm out of its limits.
How about
Oh, he's making a Michelle Finesse soda.
Oh,
It's pink, so I'm assuming like a strawberry or a watermelon flavored soda?
And that's just when you will have double pack.
It's either that or Mario's secretly making lean with the soda machine.
Oh, wow.
Immediately gets a refill. Damn, Mario. Didn't know you played like that, dog.
Want to pour the pondart.
My walk on the day tomorrow.
Okay, he's gonna refill. Oh, he's refilling it again. How much soda is boy gonna drink here? That is the third glass of soda he's drank.
I see why this box of cigarettes drink is trending. I heard they have some great stuff coming in. Ahoy! I wonder what's on display today. Ah. Beep.
Ah, there we go. I wanted to trigger something. I knew if I just didn't know what business would trigger it.
Congratulations. You're lucky visitor number 37.
Well, that was definitely something.
I wonder if it's actually fun to use.
There's MJ being a dude who,
Oh, that's a reasonable price.
oh, and there's just Scarlet randomly street dancing on the beach. While still dressed as, royalty. Okay, let's change the outfit.
Let's crack it.
Yeah, that's good enough. Nothing too crazy. Do I want to give her anything else that I have here and replace with what she's got? Wait, will they even take the
I
trophies?
think you should hold on to this, Tim. I wish I could erase certain memories from my brain. Hoo boy.
You and a lot of other people, actually. like, maybe a memory of watching something so you could experience it again for the first time.
Wait. I had knitting confused with something else entirely. I meant to take up baking.
Nice seeing you here. That's quite the find. Ha, that's a rare one.
Yeah, let's just sell the pine cone.
That's worth something.
Let's sell the feathers. We're not playing
Nice
Assassin's
stuff
Creed.
you got. Come back again.
What's Tom got going on?
Huh? Do you have... I would just love it if there were a...
You know what I'd love? Maybe another time.
Eh?
That's it. You're going to the timeout island.
Ahoy?
Go lick a cactus. Wesker's being a creep. What else is new?
Ahoy.
Mario doesn't seem to know what to do.
Here we are. It smells like the sea.
Hey, Daddy.
Oof. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Moving Sky.
Hey, Moving Sky. I'm Keiko.
Cat music watch old alga path. That's cat music on a surfer. Ringle checks demand.
Beep, beep.
DD Commandram. Overall. Meteora 2. Silenza. Run. Quastelati. Ooh. Tindalonda. Me. Saladrackle.
Da. Here's
Okay,
your
shut up,
first
pop
mystery
quiz.
shadow.
Goo.
What do you think it is?
Looks like shaved ice.
The answer is shaved ice.
Alright.
Next, your second mystery shadow. What do you think
Oh,
it
that's a
is?
turtle.
The answer is turtle. And finally, what do you think it is?
That is a crusty sock.
The correct answer is dirty sock.
Dirty sock, crusty sock, same diff. Still wouldn't want to put that on my foot.
Congratulations.
Like, unless I was desperate for socks. A romantic movie. Ah, I would have liked to have gotten the small item.
I didn't know you could beatbox.
The hiccups, hic. Therein, hic, less.
Little of this, a skosh of that, and
Oh, I'm starting to feel better. I owe you one.
That is
no
true.
big deal.
And I shall name the child Manga. And it shall be their son, Man Ga. I know, super imaginative name.
Do you have a moment?
Sure, what's up?
I would just love it if there were a pinwheel right here.
Oh my god, I want to destroy her so much. What is it with everyone on the pink pinwheel? I wouldn't have objected if it was the blue one, but it's always the pink one. Always the pink one. Even if I make a sign, they're still gonna ask anyways. The sign doesn't do shit.
Do you have a moment?
Sure, what's up?
I would just love it if there were a pinwheel right here.
Oh my lord! No! Fuck no! Oh, why is it always the fucking pink one? Oh.
Huh? You need something. Huh? Hump. Whoa.
Shake the baby!
I was talking to Kitty, but
Good. Eat blue cheese.
yum. I feel like
Have a nice big serving of cigarettes and milk.
yum. I didn't know Kitty was such a fan of Steve from HR. Weird to think. Hello. It's nice to meet you.
Hey, Princess Zelda. I'm Keiko.
tinkle.
I feel like the name should be pronounced Pico, shouldn't it? Because K-E-I? Like,
Dorothy?
P?
Yeah. Hello? Blue?
I mean, technically it's a name that's already in the game's files. I mean... Okay, what's Edward aggravated about?
I'm a li- I was talking to Red Thing, and I got in a bad mood for. Yum.
Right, I forgot that they were called... They were just called Red before.
I feel like a.
Oh, here we go! It's finally happening!
Huh. My heart hurts. I want to propose to Scarlet.
It's an excellent idea.
In that case, I'll summon all my courage and ask for her hand in marriage. The thing is, my heart is racing, and my head is full of distractions. Any chance you can come with me and help me focus?
Sure, why the hell not? Of course.
Okay. Then it's time to go see Scarlet Road.
We're in Chris's gym.
Thanks for meeting me here.
Of course.
So, I actually have something really important that I wanted to talk about.
Oh. What is it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, here goes. The thing is, Scarlet, I can't stop thinking about you. You're everything to me.
Yep.
Ah. It makes me happy to hear that.
Okay, one more. One more bullet hell wave.
Here it
should do
is. I'm just going to say it, Scarlet.
Ooh. There we go.
My dear Scarlet. Will you marry me?
Oh. Yes, of course. I'd love to marry you.
I think it'd be really funny if someone like burst through the door at some point. Alright, let's see, who got invited to the wedding?
It's happening. And we couldn't have done it without you, Player 1. Thank you. We're so excited for our wedding.
Kenny's the entertainment. Mostly friends of the groom. Oh, they took a Mediterranean tour for their honeymoon.
I'm visiting Cappadocia, Turkey. I'm told these structures were created via erosion.
Say cheese.
I'm in Pamukkale, Turkey. It looks like ice, but it's actually made of a mineral.
Say cheese.
I'm at some ruins in Cyprus, but nothing can ruin this trip.
Say cheese.
Holy crap, it's about goddamn
That was
time
so
they
much
got
fun.
married.
We got you a souvenir.
Olive oil soap, okay.
Now that we're back, I guess the next step is to grow old together.
So I've heard. So I've heard. So I have heard.
Why change what works? We'll stay in the house we've already been living in. Folks who live here are called residents of evil. But do you have a name that would better suit us?
No, the name's good. No need to change.
Yeah, we think so too. We'll keep calling ourselves residents of evil. I hope you'll keep checking in on us, the members of Residents of Evil.
Okay, let's give Chris a new little quirk. Okay, wait, I think I need to expand upon this. While sleeping? Actually, no, he should be borderline shouting it.
Leon, fuck my sister now.
Yep, totally normal, average, everyday thing you shout in your sleep.
Leon, fuck my sister now. That is such a me thing to say. Hey, Crumlock. Well, Larondi.
Totally 100% lore accurate.
Shortby, yeah. Gravely's Nest. Spantafilla. Jabble. Dorantifol. Tylenfa, right. Shortby, yeah. Oh.
Okay, we need a new room designed for Chris. Oh wait, did they change the item now?
Welcome. Stop by
Same
again.
item. Just Albert Wesker's running the shop now. Let's go to the Home Depot.
Welcome.
Let's see.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, what would be a good room to hang out in?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very. Please come again.
Okay, we'll assemble a custom room for him. Senator. Interior. Oops, not Scarlet's room. Chris's room. Entire room. floor works. And then the wallpaper, I'm thinking just... Oh, there we go, that's perfect. But it still kind of has like the industrial aesthetic that I feel like Chris would be into. Well, still feeling a little cozy.
It looks great now. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually wouldn't mind having some of this furniture myself. I like the table.
Hum hum hum.
Let's see, do we want to change anything about Scarlet's room? Well, let's give it more of a modern vibe. This one works too.
Welcome.
Oh, shitty. Oh, shitty. Huh.
Thank you very. Please come again.
Yeah, that actually looks a little nicer, actually. Kind of blends together a little better. Still kind of keeps the red motif. Like, granted, it's not much of a change. It's very subtle.
Yeah, this is different.
Oops. Did not mean to click Island Builder. Meant to click living room. I mean, I kind of like this one. But at the same time, you know what? Screw it. Don't do it, actually. I'll give that house design to someone else. Keep it kind of giving off the Spencer estate kind of aesthetic, I guess, in the lobby. / living room / kitchen.
Oh. I want to be friend.
Great thinking.
What should we talk?
Thanks for not selling NFTs.
Got it. I'll go talk to her about thanks for not selling NFTs. Hey, Blue Kumo. Do you feel like talking about saying thanks for not selling NFTs? Sure. The phrase thanks for not selling NFTs is trending globally right now. Huh, I could see that. But I'm not really up on what's trendy. Could you fill me in, Aaron? Of course. I'll teach you about everything you need to know. Hey, Blue, I've got Looks like Blue and I are friends. Thanks to the phrase thanks for not selling NFTs. I hope Aaron shows me all the tricks of the trade.
We're good. Let's give him a baseball.
Thank you. Ship cap, Seba.
Okay, what the hell is he dreaming about now?
Hey, listen to this. The other day, I caught Mr. X talking into a mirror. I think it was a self-motivation thing. Hey, listen to this. My voice sounds weird when playing back a recording of it, right? The truth is, I find Tim Povey a little hard to get along with.
Oh, is that so?
Ha! I'm just kidding. Classic comedy.
Oh, are you sure about that? We've seen your innermost thoughts of me.
Ah. Same dream every night.
Every night, he says. Every
Oh.
night, he says. Here, go make out with a zombie.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
Oh wow.
Rob is reporting on the surprisingly complex backstory of watching the Matrix movies. Oh god. Yeah, let's send another one to space. It seemed to work pretty well last time I did it. So I mean, why wouldn't it
Oh.
work well this time?
Are you really giving me
Yep.
time to pack my...
Go the fuck to space. Space. Gotta go space. Space! Run, kitty, run!
more Leslie's energy replenished. Now commencing stage 3. The gun system is
Oh,
operational.
Scarlet and Chuck Norris are operating the launch this time.
Boosters 1 through 4 engaged. Ready when you are.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
There we go. What's with all the Greek salads this time? Last time it was spaghetti, now it's Greek salad? I mean, okay, I guess, but still kind of weird. Space.
Greetings from Mars. How long do I need to live here before I'm considered a Martian?
Say cheese.
I don't know, probably about the same amount of time it'd take to become a citizen of a particular country?
I'm on the moon, but where's the cheese? I was promised cheese.
Say cheese.
The pillars.
Say cheese.
I will say the first photo's new.
That was a wonderful trip. Thanks so much for letting me take it. By the way, this little one followed me back to Earth. You can have it.
A gamma alien. Ooh, different alien type.
I lose my temper quickly, and I always regret.
Ooh, they're watching TV with their mom. Ooh, she wanted to watch Green. And Kitty's like, no. Purple. Green. Purple. Green. Purple. Green. Purple. Green. Purple. Yellow. They both like yellow. I feel like I need to redesign this area. It feels too bland. Let's see. No. Why is there a bathtub in the middle of the house? It's kind of weird. I do like the aesthetic of the cathedral set, though. Yeah, this one's not too bad. Let's create a new wall, actually. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Do, 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 do. Yeah, do, 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 do. Ba, da, ba, ba, da, da, da. Do, 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 do. Ba, da, ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Turn into stamp. Delete. That should be good enough, I think. Star wall. Two.
Star Wall 2.
Fun.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Please come again.
Right? Yeah, there's two cat girls in the house. We need a cat tower.
It looks great now.
I like it. I like it. Plus, it kind of still fits in with that whole we tore open reality kind of vibe. Oh, Rebecca's got something going on. What's up?
I would just love it if there were a pinwheel right here.
Oh, do you now? Get it out of everyone's system.
Aw, yeah?
There, now it'll never be seen. They can't ask me for it now, or they're gonna be less likely to ask me for it because it's already on the island. Can't ask me for it now, you have it. I just made it as inconvenient as possible to access it. Oh.
My room, could you?
Yeah. It looks great as is.
You really think so? Well, I need to stop saying I'm tired. It only makes me more tired.
The crab could start paying rent. Oh. Goddamn gravity.
Ah. Thank goodness. Just a dream. Oh. What's up? Just hearing about competitive gaming gets me amped.
Oh, lovely, more wishes to accumulate. Alright, let's grab a tour for someone. Let's see. What's a spot I want to send someone to? The Central European tour? There, we'll drop blue in Europe.
Oh. Time to pack my bag. It's always time for astronomy. This is Prague's astronomical clock.
Say cheese.
This is Austria's Schönbrunn Palace. Schön indeed.
Say cheese.
Walking through Sighișoara, Romania, is like walking through a painting.
Say
I can
cheese.
see that. It's very colorful. Very colorful indeed.
That was a wonderful trip. Thanks so much for letting me take it. Here, I...
Let's do Lotus, I guess.
Huh? Oh. I want to try living with Gwen.
Sure.
If I lived with Gwen, what's something you think we'd enjoy doing every day if Gwen and I lived together?
uh, hmm. I don't know, playing Pokemon?
I think you're right. Can I have a word? Sure. What's up? Well, if the two of us lived together, what's something you think we'd enjoy doing every day? Let's say it together. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Playing Pokemon. Turns out we're not on the same page. I don't think living together is a good idea. Popping into the right price pawn shop is kind of fun, even if just to see all the different treasures they have lined up. Treasures may sell for more than you might think, so it's a good idea to check it out once in a while.
Yeah, let's give them both the aliens.
I feel
She really liked the other one. She liked the romance movie. Let's give her some sweet and sour pork.
yum.
Or vanilla chicken one. Oh no, it was pork, okay. Let's give you a smug. Don't want harm in being a little smug from time to time.
I thought it'd be fun to live with Gwen, but maybe now isn't the right time. Huh,
Let's play what's missing, sure. Alright, first item.
here's your first picture. So what's missing from here? 3.
Super Scope and a chick. Boy Love Adventure.
What's missing is Boy Love Adult Adventure. Next up. So what's missing from here? 3, 2.
Cannoli?
What's
That's
missing
mac
is
and cheese and Derpy meal.
cannoli.
I will say that
And
I
finally,
love mac
the
and
last
cheese. It's like
picture.
genuinely one of my favorite things
So
to
what's
have.
missing from here? 3, 2, 1. The
Coleslaw?
correct answer is Lewd Kitty.
Shit. I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing. Oh well.
Hey, are you alright?
Please help.
I see. This is gonna take a lot of elbow grease.
Oh, I just cleaned my elbows. You're a real lifesaver.
What a relief. You're okay. Thanks so. I feel like
Let's make him a smiley guy.
I feel like I got one step closer to my true self. Storm to fall. Probably not.
Oh, there we go. Night sale.
Welcome in.
Let's buy the loot box. Let's go gambling. Item number 1 is sweet and sour pork. I already got that, but thanks for offering. A blue party set. A tube top. A screw.
Thanks a bunch. Be sure to stop by again tomorrow.
I've got...
Alright, let's play double shadow quiz.
Here's your first myth. What are these?
Okay, looks like a pocket watch and a book. So sparkling water is definitely not the item.
The answer is... Compass and Blue Side News. Next up, your second mystery double shadow. What are these?
A switch and a bowl? So, dancing game and, it's a big bowl, so I'm gonna assume
The answer
the
is...
second option, whatever the hell that is.
Dancing game and yogurt.
Oh. I don't know what the third item was. I just assumed because it's big bowl. Who the hell eats a big bowl of yogurt like that? Most people I know eat yogurt in smaller servings. No, I even eat yogurt in smaller
Hey,
servings.
you can't win them all. But you can get this as a consolation
I usually
prize.
just serve yogurt into like a coffee cup and then eat that. That's like the most I've eaten in one sitting. Sometimes I'll put like little bits of granola or cereal on it. Especially if it's a whole wheat cereal.
Welcome to the home of the Derpy House. I want to try living with Sandy.
Oh god. Great thinking.
If I lived with Sandy, we'd be spending a lot of time together. What's something you think?
Drugs.
What is it? Well, if the two of us lived together, what's something you think we'd enjoy doing every day? Let's say it together. On three. 1, 2, 3. Boulder punching.
I somehow knew that wasn't going to work out. Oh well. It seemed rather
Turns out we're not on
predictable
the
to me.
same page.
Let's give you a new outfit. Actually, let's create a new outfit. Tube top? No. Crop top? No. Long sleeve striped shirt? No. Pink puff blouse? No. This colorful outfit, but then change the shoes. Maybe. Here.
I feel like a heavy weight has been lifted from... I thought it'd be fun to live with Sandy, but maybe now isn't the right time.
Okay, what's got Gwen going on?
I can't explain it, but Mr. Crow's 100% not a drug dealer is on my mind all the time lately.
Ah, yes. Mr. Crow, who, by the way, is 100% not a drug dealer. Sounds like love.
I knew it. I'm in love with Mr. Crow's 100% not a drug dealer. I want to shout it from a mountaintop. I'd love to go on a date with Mr. Crow's 100% not a drug dealer.
God, I love having a little bit of hidden extension to the name. Oh. Oh yeah, she loves Mr. Crow, who is 100% not a drug dealer. Yep. Although I'm in no rush to get them to confess.
I feel like I got... Well, looks like I'm into Mr. Crow's 100% not a drug dealer.
Oh god, I love that. Here, a symbolic gift. What you want to do to Mr. Crow?
That's my darling Gwen.
Mr. Crow, I gotta say, I love you.
Too scary.
Oh, Mr. Crow, I gotta say, I love you.
I've got a... Here's your first pixelated item. What do you think it is?
That looks like a bowl of fries or tempura rice. Could also be caramelized nuts. I'm gonna say nuts.
answer
because of
is-
color.
Caramelized nuts. Next up, your second pixelated item. What do you think it is?
It looks like string cheese or shredded cheese. So I'm gonna say
The
string
answer
cheese.
is string cheese. And finally, the last pixelated item. What do you think it is?
Corn
The
dog?
correct answer is
Is that a corn dog with ketchup on it?
corn dog.
Not gonna lie, actually, I wouldn't mind having a corn dog. There's actually this one Korean corn dog place that's not too far from where I am. They'll put weird shit on the corn dog. Like they'll actually like mix it into the batter. Like you can get a corn dog with cheese. You can get a corn dog with cereal. Really, I'm surprised by that. I know that with in the case of Japan, they have them too. They're called American dogs. Or like American hot dogs. They don't call them corn dogs. They might call them American hot dogs in your area too. I'd probably say take a look. Oh, never mind. It's just American style hot dogs? Okay, that makes sense.
Congratulations, you won. Time for your prize.
Oh, bloody hell. How many extra wishes am I gonna have at the end of this? I think I might have to wait until there's like more updates or something before I start playing this again. Because I've literally got like a stockpile of 3 wishes. The only thing left to wish for is just trip tickets. Like, I'm content with that. I argue I've pretty much completed everything I can complete for now. Outside, like, maybe, yeah, plus I'm getting hungry anyway, so I think I'll save for now. We can do some bird bath and beyonding tomorrow. water park simulator. Ooh, actually, I felt my back crack there. Woo! Although I think I'm gonna try streaming it on my system directly, but I'll just do the PNG thing. But yeah, I'd say this is a good enough spot to stop anyways. Well, yeah, I mean, if I use a separate computer, it might work, but it's like, I don't know. I still have to set up that computer because it needs a, like, the other computer can stream. It's just, I don't know how good it will be at streaming because I don't know how well it can handle my VTuber model per se. Because at the moment, it doesn't have a graphics card. The other computer. Like, it's got a power supply, it's got a motherboard, it's got RAM, it's got a hard drive, 2 hard drives actually, but it doesn't have, it doesn't have a graphics card at the moment. That's the only thing it's missing, really. And I'm not exactly keen on paying, like, the crazy graphics card rate at the moment. Goddamn fucking AI bros. I blame them. Well, that and the AI companies in general, but well, you got my point. I'll see what I can do, regardless. But anyways, we'll figure something out, regardless. But anyways, until next time, this is Timmy signing out, and in a, I guess, a rare occurrence, I'll see you on Monday. Later.